Hello. Whoa, sorry. I was recording something earlier and now my throat feels broken. Hello, hello, hello. Oh, I'm excited for today. Oh, did I put my pen away? Oops. I think I put my pen away. Give me 1 second. It's like right here next to me. But yes, today we are reading the second book in the Imperium saga or the Imperium series. This is Iron Flame today. Whew, sorry. Reposition myself here. So we're going to be reading Iron Flame. I will be using my hardcover book because I don't have a paperback for Iron Flame. They don't have any special editions for Iron Flame paperback like they had for Fourth Wing. Let's see. So today, also, if you haven't noticed, we've got some new music. As a refresher for anybody who has not been watching the previous episodes of this where we read through all of Fourth Wing, the reason I am doing this is not just as a refresher for myself, but for anybody interested or anybody who has been interested in reading the Imperium series and just wants to listen, then, that's what this is for. So just as a reminder, I am reading this to prepare for the fact that the third book in the series is being released on January 21st. So, every Saturday and Sunday up until the Sunday right before the 21st, I will be reading these books. I've already finished Fourth Wing, and today we will be starting on Iron Flame. Hey, give me 1 second. Alright, sorry about that. So, today we will be reading through Iron Flame, or starting Iron Flame, chapters 1 through 6. So I'm excited. And again, for anybody who's on YouTube, the times are put in the description below. So if you want to skip through, the break times that I will be doing between each chapter, then click the times below. Other than that, if you want to just sit back and listen to the music, because like I said, we do have different music from when we listen to Fourth Wing, then go ahead. Alright. Let me open my book. Sorry. I did not mean to sneeze there. Alright. The only problem with the hardcover is the dust jacket. Let me put that aside. Alright, well, let's skip to the reading part. Actually, I'm going to take a quick little break before we do start. And I'm going to run a quick little ad during this break. So, for those of you who are on Twitch. But again, if you're watching on YouTube, just click the first time below and you can skip straight to when we start reading. All right. Oop. I hope that's not too loud, so... Okay. So, let's start. With Chapter 1. Revolution tastes oddly sweet. I stare at my older brother across a scarred wooden table in the enormous busy kitchen of the fortress of Arisha and chew the honeyed biscuit he put on my plate. Damn, that's good. Really good. Maybe it's just that I haven't eaten in 3 days since a not-so-mythological being stabbed me in the side with a poisoned blade that should have killed me. It would have killed me if it hadn't been for Brennan, who won't stop smiling as I chew. This might this might go down as the most surreal experience of my life. Brennan is alive. Venom, dark wielders I thought only existed in fables are real. Brennan is alive. Arisha still stands, even though it was scorched after the Tears Rebellion 6 years ago. Brennan is alive. I have a new 3-inch scar on my abdomen, but I didn't die. Brennan is alive. The biscuits are good, right? He asks, snagging one from the platter between us. Kind of reminds me of the ones that Cook used to make when we were stationed in Chaldeer. Remember? I stare and chew. He's just so him, and yet he looks different from what I remember. His brownish red curls are chopped close to his skull instead of waving over his forehead, and there's no lingering softness in the angles of his face, which now has tiny lines at the edges of his eyes. But that smile, those eyes, it's really him. And his one condition being me eating something before he takes me to my dragons. It's the most Brennan move ever. Not that Taryn ever waits for permission, which means I too think you need to eat something. Taryn's low, arrogant voice fills my head. Yeah, I reply in kind, mentally reaching out for Andarna again, as one of the kitchen workers hurries by, offering a quick smile to Brennan. There's no response from Andarna, but I can feel the shimmering bond between us, though it's no longer golden like her scales. I can't quite get a mental picture, but my brain is still a little groggy. She's sleeping again, which isn't odd after she uses up all her energy to stop time, and after what happened in Ressin, she probably needs to sleep for the next week or so. You've barely said a word, you know. Okay, hold on, I'm gonna turn this down a little bit. It's a bit loud in my ears. Alright, that should be fine. You've barely said a word, you know. Brennan tilts his head, just like he used to when he was trying to solve a problem. It's kind of creepy. Watching me eat is creepy, I counter after I swallow, my voice still a little hoarse. And? He shrugs shamelessly, a dimple flashing in his cheeks when he grins. It's the only boyish thing left about him. A few days ago, I was pretty sure I'd never get to watch you, a few days ago, I was pretty sure I'd never get to watch you do, well, anything again. He takes a huge bite. Guess his appetite is still the same, which is oddly comforting. You're welcome, by the way, for the mending. Consider it a 21st birthday present. Thank you. That's right. I slept right through my birthday, and I'm sure my lying in bed on the brink of death was more than enough drama for everyone in this castle, house, whatever it's called. Zayden's cousin Bodhi strides into the kitchen dressed in uniform, his arm in a sling, and his cloud of black curls freshly trimmed. Lieutenant Colonel I think it's Iceray or Acery, Bodhi says, handing a folded missive to Brennan. This just came in from Bezgaya. The writer will be here until tonight if you want to reply. He offers me a smile, and I'm struck again at how closely he resembles a softer version of Zayden. With a nod to my brother, he turns and leaves. Bezgayath, another writer here? How many are there? Exactly how big is this revolution? Questions fire off in my head faster than I can manage, or than I can find my tongue. Wait, you're a lieutenant colonel? And who is, Aesere? I ask. Yeah, because that is the most important inquiry to make. I had to change my last name for obvious reasons. He glances at me and unfolds the missive, breaking the blue wax seal. And you'd be amazed at how fast you get promoted when everyone above you continues to die, he says, then reads the letter and curses, shoving it into his pocket. I have to go meet with the assembly now, but finish your biscuits and I'll meet you in the hall in half an hour and take you to your dragons. All traces of the dimple of the laughing older brother are gone, and in their place is a man I barely recognize, an officer I don't know. Brennan may as well be a stranger. Without waiting for me to respond, he scrapes his chair back and strides out of the kitchen. Sipping my milk, I stare at the empty space my brother left across from me. A chair still pulled out from the table as though he might return any moment. I swallow the remaining biscuit stuck in the back of my throat and lift my chin, determined not to ever sit and wait on my brother to return again. I push up from the table and head after him, out of the kitchen and down the long hall. He must be in a hurry because I can't see him anywhere. The intricate carpet muffles my footsteps along the wide, high-arched hallways as I come to, whoa. The sweeping, polished double staircases with their detailed banisters rise 3, no 4, more floors above me. I'd been too focused on my brother to pay attention earlier, but now I blatantly gawk at the architecture of the enormous space. Each landing is slightly offset from the one below, as though the staircase climbs towards the very mountain this fortress is carved into. The morning light streams in from dozens of small windows that provide the only decoration on the 5-story wall above the massive double doors of the fortress's entrance. They seem to form a pattern, but I'm too close to see the whole of it. Give me 1 second. Alright, this might be a long chapter. I'm gonna pause it right here real quick because, stomach issues. And I will be right back in a bit. I'm so sorry, guys. I thought I had dealt with this, but I'm sorry. Okay, I am so fucking sorry about that, guys. Ugh. Alright, let's get back to where we were at then, shall we? Mother fudger. Alright, where was I? Alright. Oh my god! I hate my life right now. I am so sorry. Okay, for real this time. I am so sorry. I hate my life sometimes. Alright, let's restart. Alright. There's no perspective, which pretty much feels like a metaphor for my entire life right now. Whoop. 2 guards watch every step I take, but make no move to stop me when I pass by. At least, that means I'm not a prisoner. I continue to stride through the main hall of the house, eventually picking up the sound of voices from a room across the way, where one of 2 large ornate doors is pitched open. As I approach, I immediately recognize Brennan's voice, and my chest tightens at the familiar timbre. "That's not going to work," Brennan's deep voice echoes. "Next suggestion." I make it through the massive foyer, ignoring what looks to be 2 other wings off to the left and right. This place is astounding. Half palace, half home, but entirely a fortress. The thick stone walls are what saved it from the supposed demise 6 years ago. From what I've read, Ryerson House has never been breached by any army, even during the 3 sieges that I know of. Stone doesn't burn. That's what Zayden told me. The city, now reduced to a town, has been silently, covertly rebuilding for years right under General Melgren's nose. The relics' magical mark the children of the executed rebellion, or the relics, magical marks the children of the executed rebellion officers carry somehow mask them from Melgren's signet when they're in groups of 3 or more. He can't see the outcome of any battle they're present for, so he's never been able to see them organizing to fight here. There are certain aspects of Ryerson House, from its defensible position carved into the mountainside, to its cobblestone floors and steel-enforced double doors in the entryway, that remind me of Basgaiath, the war college I've called home since my mother was stationed there as its commanding general. But that's where the similarities end. There's actually art on the walls here, not just busts of war heroes displayed on stands, but I'm pretty sure that's an authentic Prometheus tapestry hanging across the hall from where Bodhi and Imogen stand in the open doorway. Imogen puts her finger to her lips, then motions at me to join in the empty place between her and Bodhi. I take it, noticing Imogen's half-shaved hair has been recently dyed a brighter pink, while I've been resting. Clearly, she's comfortable here. Bodhi too. The only signs that either has been in a battle are the sling cradling Bodhi's fractured arm and a split in Imogen's lip. Someone has to state the obvious. The older man with an eye patch and a hawkish nose says from the far end of the table that consumes the length of the 2-story room. Tufts of thinning gray hair frame the deep lines in his highly tanned, weathered skin, his jowls hanging down like a wildebeest's. He leans back in his chair, placing a thick hand on his rounded belly. The table could easily accommodate 30 people, but only 5 sit along one side, all dressed in Rider black, perched slightly ahead of the door at an angle where they'd have to turn fully to see us, which they don't. Brennan paces in front of the table, but not at an angle where he can easily spot us either. My heart lurches in my throat, and I realize it's going to take some time to get used to seeing Brennan alive. He's somehow exactly the same as I remember, and yet different. But here he is living, breathing, currently glaring at a map of the continent on the long wall, the map's size only rivaled by the one in the Battle Brief lecture hall at Basgaiath. And standing in front of the map, one arm leaning against a massive chair as he stares down the table at its occupants, is Zayden. He looks good, even with bruises marrying the tawny brown skin under his eyes from lack of sleep. The high slopes of his cheeks, the dark eyes that usually soften when they meet mine, the scar that bisects his brow and ends beneath his eye, the swirling, shimmering relic that ends at his jaw, and the carved lines of the mouth I know all as well as my own, all adds up to make him physically fucking perfect for me. And that's just his face. His body, somehow even better. And the way he uses it when he has me in his arms. Nope. I shake my head and cut off my thought right there. Xaden may be gorgeous and powerful and terrifyingly lethal, which shouldn't be the turn on it is. But I can't trust him to tell me the truth about, well, anything, which really hurts, considering how pathetically in love with him I am. And what is the obvious thing you need to state, Major Ferris? Xaden asks, his tone completely, utterly bored. It's an assembly meeting, Bodhi whispers to me. Only a quorum of 5 is required to call a vote, since all 7 are almost never here at one time, and 4 votes carry a motion. I file the information away. Are we allowed to listen? Meetings are open to whoever wants to attend, Imogen replies just as quietly. And we're attending in the hallway? I ask. Yes, Imogen answers with no other explanation. Returning is the only option, Hawknose continues. Not doing so risks everything we're building here. Search patrols will come, and we don't have enough riders. Oops, sorry. It's a little hard to recruit while trying to stay undetectable, a petite woman with glossy black hair like a raven counters, the umber skin at the corners of her eyes crinkling as she glares down the table at the older man. Let's not get off topic, Trissa, Brennan says, rubbing the bridge of his nose. Our father's nose. Their resemblance is uncanny. No point increasing our numbers without a working forge to arm them with weapons. Hawknose's voice rises above the others. We're still short a luminary, if you haven't noticed. And where are we in negotiations with Viscount Takaris for his? A large man asks in a calm, rumbling voice, his ebony hand tugging at his thick silver beard. Viscount Takaris. That isn't a noble family in a Navarian records. We don't even have viscounts in our aristocracy. Blech. Still working on a diplomatic solution, Brennan answers. There's no solution. Takaris isn't over the insult you delivered last summer. An older woman built like a battle axe locks her gaze on Xaden, her blonde hair brushing just past her square alabaster skin. I told you, the Viscount was never going to give it to us in the first place, Xaden replies. The man only collects things. He does not trade them. Well, he's definitely not going to trade with us now, she retorts, her gaze narrowing, especially if you won't even contemplate his latest offer. He can fuck right off with his offer. Xaden's voice is calm, but his eyes have a hard edge that dares anyone at the table to disagree. As if showing these people they aren't worth his time, he steps around the arm of the massive chair facing them and settles into it, stretching his long legs and resting his arm on the velvet armrests, like he doesn't have a care in the world. The quiet that falls on the room is telling. Xaden commands as much respect from the assembly of this revolution as he does at Basgaia. I don't recognize any of the other writers besides Brennan, but I'd bet Xaden is the most powerful in the room, given their silence. For now, Terran reminds me with the arrogance only 100 years of being one of the most formidable battle dragons on the continent can provide. Instruct the humans to bring you up to the valley once the politics are finished. There had better be a solution if we can't supply the drifts with enough weaponry. to really fight in the next year, the tide will shift too far to ever hope of holding the Venom advance at bay. Silverbeard notes that this all will have been for nothing. My stomach pinches. A year? We're that close to losing a war I knew nothing about, a few days ago? As I said, I'm working on a diplomatic solution for the Illuminary. Brennan's tone sharpens. And we're so wildly off topic, I'm not sure this is the same meeting. I vote we take Bezgaiath's luminary, Battle Axe suggests. If we're that close to losing this war, there's no other option. Xaden shoots Brennan a look that I can't decipher, and I breathe deeply as it hits me. He probably knows my own brother better than I do. And he kept him from me. Of all the secrets he hid, that's the one I can't quite swallow. And what would you have done with the knowledge he had, or had he shared it? Taryn asks. Stop bringing logic into an emotional argument. I fold my arms across my chest. It's my heart that won't fully let my head forgive Xaden. We've been over that, Brennan says with finality. If we take Bezgaiath's forging device, Navarre can't replenish their stones at the outposts. Countless civilians will die if those wards fall. Do any of you want to be responsible for that? Silence reigns. Then we agree, Hawknose says. Until we can supply the drifts, the cadets have to return. Oh, they're talking about us, I whisper. That's why we're standing out of their direct sight. Bodhi nods. You're uncharacteristically quiet, Surrey, Brennan notes, glancing at the wide-shouldered brunette with olive skin and a single streak of silver in her hair, her nose twitching like a fox, sitting next to him. I say we send all but two. Her nonchalance skates a chill down my spine as she drums her bony fingers on the table, a giant emerald ring catching the light. 6 cadets can lie as well as 8. 8. Xaden, Garrick, Bodhi, Imogen. 3 marked ones I've never gotten a chance to know before we were thrown into battle, and me. Nausea rises like a tide. The war games were supposed to be finishing the last competition of the year between the wings of the Riders Squadron at Bezgaiath, and instead we entered deadly battle with an enemy I'd thought were only folklore last week, and now we're here in a city that isn't supposed to exist. But not all of us. My throat tightens and I blink back up the burn in my eyes. Soliel and Liam didn't survive. Liam. Blonde hair and sky blue eyes fill my memory, and pain erupts behind my ribs. His boisterous laugh, his quick smile, his loyalty and kindness, it's all gone. He's gone. All because he promised Xaden he'd guard me. None of the 8 are expendable, Surrey. Silverbeard leans on the back 2 legs of his chair and examines the map behind Xaden. What do you propose, Felix? Surrey counters. Running our own war college with all our spare time. Most of them haven't finished their education. They're of no use to us yet. As if any of you have a say in if we return, Xaden interrupts, earning everyone's attention. We will take the advice of the assembly, but it will be taken as only that, advice. We cannot afford to risk your life, Surrey agrees. My life is equal to any of theirs. Xaden gestures towards us. Brennan's gaze meets mine, then widens. Each head in the room turns towards us, and I fight the instinct to retreat, as almost every set of eyes narrows on me. Who do they see? Lilith's daughter or Brennan's sister? I lift my chin because I'm both, and I feel like neither. Not every life, Surrey says as she looks straight at me. Ouch. How could you have stood there and let her overhear the conversation of the assembly? If you didn't want her to hear, you should have closed the door, Bodhi responds, stepping into the room. She cannot be trusted. Anger might color her cheeks, but that's fear in Suri's eyes. Xaden has already taken responsibility for her. Imogen sidesteps. Oh my god, hold on. Let me reposition myself. There. Imogen sidesteps, moving slightly closer to me. As brutal of a custom as it may be. My gaze whips to meet Xaden's. What the hell is she talking about? I still don't understand that particular decision, Hawknose adds. Decision was simple. She's worth a dozen of me, Xaden says, and my breath catches at the intensity in his eyes. If I didn't know better, I'd think he means it. And I'm not talking about her signet. I would have told her everything discussed here anyways, so an open door is a moot point. Okay. I know I don't have that much left in this chapter, but I really have stomach issues right now. I am so sorry, guys. I will be back. I'm so sorry again. I swear. So, because I've been taking so many pauses, I might jump into chapter 2 without taking a break. But we'll see. We'll see how my stomach feels in like a couple minutes. Alright. I hate myself right now. So sorry about this, guys. Where was I again? Okay. I still don't understand that particular decision, Hawknose adds. Decision was simple. She's worth a dozen of me, Zayden says, and my breath catches at the intensity in his eyes. If I didn't know better, I'd think he means it. And I'm not talking about her signet. I would have told her everything discussed here anyway, so an open door is a moot point. A spark of hope flares to life in my chest. Maybe he really is done keeping secrets. She's General Sorengale's daughter, Battle Axe points out, frustration clear in her voice. And I'm the General's son, Brennan argues. And you've more than proven your loyalty over the last 6 years, Battle Axe shouts. She hasn't. Anger heats my neck, flushing up to my face. They're talking about me like I'm not even here. She fought at our side at Ressen. Bodhi tenses, and as his voice rises as well. She should be confined, Suri's face downright ruddy as she pushes away from the table and stands, her gaze jumping to the silver half of my hair that forms a coronet braid. She can ruin us all with what she knows. Agreed. Hawknose joins her with palpable loathing aimed in my direction. She's too dangerous not to keep prisoner. The muscles in my stomach tense, but I mask my expression like I've seen Zayden do countless times. And leave my hands at my sides, close to my sheathed daggers. My body might be frail, my joints undependable, but my aim with a knife is lethally accurate. There's no fucking way I'm going to let them cage me here. I scan each of the assembly members, assessing which is the biggest threat. Brennan raises to his full height. Knowing that she's bonded to Terran, whose bonds get deeper with each rider, and whose previous bond was already so strong that Neolin's death nearly killed him. Knowing we fear he'll die if she does now. That because of that. Ryerson's life is tied to hers. He nods towards Zayden. Disappointment tastes bitter on my tongue. Is that all I am to him? Zayden's weakness? I alone am responsible for Violet. Zayden's voice lowers in pure malice. And if I'm not enough, there are not one, but 2 dragons who have already vouched for her integrity. Enough is enough. She is standing right here, I snap, and an unflattering amount of satisfaction courses through me at the number of jaws that drop in front of me. So stop talking about me like I'm, stop talking about me and try talking to me. A corner of Zayden's mouth rises, and the pride that flashes through his expression is unmistakable. What do you want from me? I ask them, striding into the room. Want me to walk parapet and prove my bravery? Done. Want me to betray my kingdom and by defending Peromia's citizens? Done. Want me to keep his secrets? I gesture towards Zayden with my left hand. Done. I kept every secret. Except the one that mattered, Suri lifts an eyebrow. We all know how you ended up in Aspen. Guilt clogs my throat. That was not, Zayden starts, rising from his chair. Through no fault of her own, the man nearest us with the gray beard, Felix, stands, blocking Suri from my sight as he turns towards her. No first year could withstand a memory reader, especially one considered a friend. He pivots to face me. But you have to know that you have enemies at Basgaev now. Should you return, you must know that Atos will not be among your friends. He will do everything he can to kill you for what you've seen. I know, the words are thick on my tongue. Felix nods. We are done here, Zayden says, his gaze catching and holding Suri's, and then Hawknose's, their shoulders drooping in defeat. I'll expect an update on Zolia in the morning, Brennan says. Consider this assembly meeting adjourned. The council members push in their chairs and file past the three of us. Once we step out of the way, Imogen and Bodhi stay at my sides. Eventually, Zayden starts to walk out, but pauses in front of me. We'll head up to the valley. Meet us when you're done. I'll go with you now. This is the last place on the continent I want to be left behind. Stay and talk to your brother, he says quietly. Who knows when you'll get another chance. I glance past Bodhi to see Brennan standing in the middle of the room, waiting for me. Brennan, who always took the time to help wrap my knees when I was a child. Brennan, who wrote that book that helped me through my first year. Brennan, who I've missed for 6 years. Go, Zayden urges. We won't leave without you, and we're not going to let the assembly dictate what we do. The 8 of us will decide what to do together. He gives me a long look that makes my traitorous heart clench, and then he walks away. Bodhi and Imogen follow. Which leaves me to turn towards my brother, armed with 6 years of questions. Okay, so that is the end of chapter 1. Let's see. Because of the random pauses I had to do, I'm going to take a quick little 3-minute break and run a quick ad, and I will be right back. I know I'm sorry. I took multiple breaks that I should not have, but I'll be back. Alright. Let's start chapter 2. Alright. Chapter 2. I shut the tall door behind me before moving towards Brennan. This meeting is definitely not open to the public. Did you eat enough? He rests on the edge of the table like he used to when we were kids. The move is so him. And as for the question, I ignore it entirely. So, this is where you've been the last 6 years. My voice threatens to break. I'm so glad he's alive. That's all that should matter. But I can't forget the years he's let me grieve for him either. Yes. His shoulders drop. I'm sorry I let you believe I was dead. It was the only way. Cue awkward silence. What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to say to that? It's alright, but not really. There's so much I want to say to him, so much I need to ask, but suddenly the years we've been apart feel defining. Neither of us is the same person. You look different, he smiles, but it's sad. Not in a bad way, just different. I was 14 the last time you saw me, I grimace. I think I'm still the same height. I used to hope I'd get a last-minute growth spurt, but alas, here I am. Here you are, he nods slowly. I always pictured you in scribe colors, but you look good in black. Gods, he sighs. The relief I felt when I heard you survived threshing is indescribable. You knew? My eyes flare. He has sources at Bezgaeth? I knew. And then Ryerson showed up with you, stabbed and dying. He looks away and clears his throat, and then and takes a deep breath before continuing. I'm so damn glad you're healed, and that you've made it through your first year. The relief in his eyes takes some of the sting out of my anger. Give me one second, let me reposition myself in a more comfortable sitting position. Mira helped. That's putting it mildly. The armor, he guesses correctly. There's something to be said for the delicate weight of my dragon scale armor under my flight leathers. I nod. She had it made. She gave me your book, too, the one you wrote for her. I hope it was useful. I think back to the naive, sheltered girl who crossed the parapet and everything she survived in the crucible of her first year to forge me into the woman I am now. It was. His smile falters, and he glances out the window. How is Mira? Speaking from experience, I'm sure she'd be a lot better if she knew you were alive. There's no point mincing words if we only have a short time, he flinches. Guess I deserve that. And I guess that answers that question. Mira doesn't know, but she should. How exactly are you alive, Brennan? I shift my weight to one leg, crossing my arms. Where is Marb? What are you doing here? Why didn't you come home? One at a time. He holds up his hand like he's under attack, and I glimpse a rune-shaped scar on his palm before he grips the edge of the table. Naolin. His jaw flexes. Terran's previous writer? I suggest slowly, wondering if he was more than that to Brennan. He was the siphon who died trying to save you, according to Professor Koiy. My heart sinks. I'm sorry your writer died saving my brother. We will no longer speak of the one who came before. Terran's voice is rough. A corner of Brennan's mouth lifts. I miss Koiy. He's a good man. He sighs, lifting his head to hold my gaze. Naolin didn't fail, but it cost him everything. I woke up on a cliffside not far from here. Marb had been wounded, but he was alive, too. And the other dragons... His amber-colored eyes met mine. There are other dragons here. They saved us. hid us in the network of caves within the valley, then later with the civilians who survived the city being scorched. My brow furrows as I try to make sense of his words. Where's Marb now? He's been in the valley with the others for days, keeping watch on Ur and Darna with Terran, Sigale, and, since he woke up, Ryerson. That's where Zayden has been? Guarding in Darna? That makes me a little less pissed that he's blatantly avoided me. And why are you here, Brennan? He shrugs as though his answer is obvious. I'm here for the same reason you fought at Ressen. Because I can't stand by, safe behind the barriers of Navarre's wards, and watch innocent people die at the hands of dark wielders. Because our leadership is too selfish to help. That's also the reason I didn't come home. I couldn't fly for Navarre knowing what we've done, what we're doing. And I sure as hell couldn't look our mother in the eye and listen to her justify our cowardice. I refuse to live that lie. You just left Mira and me to live it? It comes out a little angrier than I intended. Or maybe I'm angrier than I realized. A choice I've questioned every single day since. The regret in his eyes is enough to make me breathe deeply and center myself. I figured you'd had Dad, until we didn't. My throat threatens to tighten. So I turn to look at the map, then walk closer to take in more of the details. Unlike the one at Bezgaeth, which is updated daily with Griffin attacks on the border, this one reflects the truths Navarre is hiding. The region of the Barrens, the dry desert-covered peninsula in the southeast, that all dragonkind abandoned with General Daramor ruined the land during the Great War, is completely painted in crimson. The stain stretches into Breivik over the Dunes River. What have to be newer battle sites are marked with an alarming number of bright red and orange flags. The red ones mar not only the oceanic eastern borders of the Korovalan province along the Bay of Malik, but are heavily concentrated north into the plains as well, spreading like a disease, even infecting dots of Signissen. But the orange ones, those are heavily concentrated along the the Stone Water River, which leads straight to Navarre's border. So the fables are all true. Venom coming out of the barrens, sucking the land dry of magic, moving city to city. You've seen it with your own eyes. He moves to my side. And the wyvern? We've known about them a few months, but none of our cadets did. Until now. We've limited what Ryerson and the others have known for their own safety, which in retrospect may have been a mistake. We know they have at least two breeds. One that produces blue fire, and a faster one that breathes green fire. How many? I ask him. Where are they making them? Do you mean hatching them? Making, I repeat. Don't you remember the fables Dad used to read to us? They said wyvern are created by Venom. They channel power into wyvern. I think that's why riderless ones died when I killed the Dark Wielders. Their source of power was gone. You remember all of that from Dad reading? He glances at me, bewildered. I still have the book. The good thing Zayden warded my room at Bezgaeth, so no one will discover it while we're here. Are you telling me you not only didn't know they're created, but have no clue where they're coming from? That's accurate. How comforting, I mutter, as electricity prickles my skin. I shake my hands, pacing in front of the large map. The orange flags are awfully close to Zola, the second most populous city in Breivik, and where Cliffsbane, their flyer academy, is located. The one with the silver beard said we have a year to turn it around. Felix. He's the most rational of the assembly, but personally, I think he's wrong. Brandon waves his hand in the air in a general outline of Breivik's beard with the barons along the Dunes River. The red flags are all from the last few years, and the orange are the last few months. At the rate they've been expanding, not only in their numbers of wyvern, but in territory, I think they're headed straight up the Stone Water River, and we have 6 months or less until they're strong enough to come for Navarre. Not that the assembly will listen. 6 months. I swallow the bile, fighting to rise in my throat. Brennan was always a brilliant strategist, according to our mother. My bet is on his assessment. The general pattern is moving northwest, toward Navarre. Resson is the exception, along with whatever that flag is. I point to the one that looks to be an hour's flight east of Resson. The desiccated landscape around what had been a thriving trading post flashes in my memory. Those flags are more than outliers. They're twin splotches of orange and in an otherwise untouched area. We think the iron box Garrick Tavis found at Resson is some kind of lore, but we had to destroy it before we could fully investigate. A box like it was found in Johanna, already smashed. He glances my way. But the craftsmanship is Navarrian. I absorbed that information with a long breath, wondering what reason Navarre would have to build lures besides using one to kill us in Resson. You really think they'll come for Navarre before taking the rest of Promule? Why not take the easier targets first? I do. Their survival depends on it as much as ours depends on stopping them. The energy in the hatching grounds at Basgayath could keep them fed for decades. And yet Melgren thinks the wards are so infallible that he won't alert the population. Or he's afraid that telling the public will make them realize we aren't entirely the good guys. Not anymore. Fenn's rebellion taught leadership. It's a lot easier to control happy civilians than disgruntled, or worse, terrified ones. And yet they managed to keep the truth hidden, I whisper. Sometime in our past, our generation of Navarrians wiped the history books, erasing the existence of Venin from common education and knowledge. All because we aren't willing to risk our own safety by providing the one material that can kill Darkwielders, the same alloy that powers the farthest reaches of our wards. Yeah, well, Dad always tried to tell us. Brennan's voice softens. In a world of dragon riders, griffin flyers, and Darkwielders, it's the scribes who hold all the power. They put out the public announcement. They kept the records. They write our history. Do you think Dad knew? The idea of him structuring my entire existence around facts and knowledge, only to withhold the most important of it, is unfathomable. I chose to believe he didn't. Brennan offers me a sad smile. Word will get out the closer those forces come to the border. They can't keep the truth hidden. Someone will see. Someone has to see. Yes, and our revolution has to be ready when they do. The second the secret is out, there's no reason to keep the marked ones under supervision of leadership, and we'll lose access to Basgayath's forge. There's that word again. Revolution. You think you can win? What makes you say that? He turns towards me. You call it a revolution, not a rebellion. I lift my brow. Tirish isn't the only thing Dad taught us both. You think you can win unlike Fen Ryerson? We have to win, or we're dead. All of us. Navarre thinks they're safe behind the wards, but what happens if the wards fail? If they're not as powerful as leadership thinks they are, they're already extending to their max. Not to mention the people living outside the wards. One way or another, we're outmatched by. We've never seen them organized behind a leader like they did at Ressin, and Garrick told us that one got away. The sage, I shudder, wrapping my arms around my middle. That's what the one who stabbed me called him. I think he was her teacher. They're teaching each other? Like, they've set up some sort of school for Venin? Fucking great. He shakes his head. And you're not behind the wards. I note. Not here. The protective magical shield provided by dragons hatching ground, provided by the dragons hatching ground in the Vale falls short of the official mountainous borders of Navarre, and the entire southwestern coastline of Tirandor, including Orisha, is exposed. A fact that never quite mattered when we thought griffins were the only dangers out there, since they're incapable of flying high enough to summit the cliffs. Not here, he agrees. Though, funnily enough, Orisha has a dormant wardstone. At least, I think that's what it is. I was never let close enough to Besgaius to compare the two in any detail. My eyebrows rise. A second wardstone? I thought only one was created during the unification. Yeah, and I thought Venin were a myth and dragons were the only key to powering wards, he shrugs. But the art of creating new wards is a lost magic. Anyway, so it's basically a glorified statue. Pretty to look at, though. You have a wardstone? I murmur, my thoughts spinning. They wouldn't need as many weapons if they had wards, if they could generate their own protection. Maybe they could weave extensions into Paramiel. Like we've expanded our wards to their max. Maybe we could keep at least some of our neighbors safe. A useless one. What we need is that goddamn luminary that intensifies dragonfire hot enough to smelt alloy into the only weapon capable of defeating Venin. That's our only shot. But what if the wardstone isn't useless? My heart races. We'd only ever been told that there was one wardstone in existence. Its boundaries stretched as far as possible. But if there's another, just because no one knows how to create new wards today doesn't mean the knowledge can't exist somewhere, like in the archives. That's information we wouldn't have wiped. We would have protected it at all costs, just in case. Violet, whatever you're thinking, don't. He rubs his thumb along his chin, which has always been his nervous tell. Amazing the things I'm remembering about him. Consider the archives enemy territory. Weapons are the only thing that can win this war. But you don't have a working forge, or enough riders to defend yourself if Navarre realizes what you're up to. Panic crawls up my spine like a spider. And you think you're going to win this war with a bunch of daggers? You make it sound like we're doomed. We're not. A muscle ticks in his jaw. The first separatist rebellion was crushed in under a year. And up until a few days ago, I thought it took you too. He doesn't get it. He can't. He didn't bury his family. I've already watched your things burn once. Vi, he hesitates for a second, then wraps his arms around me and pulls me into a hug, rocking slightly like I'm a kid again. We learned from Fenn's mistakes. We're not attacking Navarre like he did, or declaring independence. We're fighting right under their noses, and we have a plan. Something killed off the Venin 600 years ago during the Great War, and we're actively searching for that weapon. Forging the daggers will keep us in the fight long enough to find it. And as long as we can get the luminary, we need not to be ready now. Or we might not be ready now, but we will be once Navarre catches on. His tone isn't exactly convincing. I take a step back. With what army? How many of you are there in this revolution? How many will die this time? It's best if you don't know specifics, he tenses, then reaches for me again. I've already put you in danger by telling you too much. At least until you can shield Atos out. My chest constricts, and I sidestep from his embrace. You sound like Xaden. I can't help the bitterness that leaches into my tone. Turns out, falling in love with someone only brings that blissful high all the poets talk about if they love you back. And if they keep secrets, and if they keep secrets that jeopardize everyone and everything you hold dear, love doesn't even have the decency to die. It just transforms into abject misery. That's what this ache is in my chest is. Misery. Because love, at its root, is hope. Hope for tomorrow, hope for what could be, hope that the someone you've entrusted your everything to will cradle and protect it, and hope that shit is harder to kill than a dragon. A slight hum tingles under my skin, and warmth flushes my cheeks as Terran's power rises within me in answer to my heightened emotions. At least I know I still have access to it. The venom's poison didn't take it from me permanently. I'm still me. Ah, Brennan shoots me a look I can't quite interpret. I wondered why he ran out of here like his ass was on fire. Trouble in paradise? I flat out glare at Brennan. It's best if you don't know that. He chuckles. Hey, I'm asking my sister, not Cadet Sorengale. And you've been back in my life all of 5 minutes after faking your death for the last 6 years, so excuse me if I'm not going to suddenly open up about my love life. What about you? Are you married? Kids? Anyone you basically lived to, or lied to for the entirety of your relationship? He flinches. No partner, no kids. Point made. Shoving his hands into his pockets, or into the pockets of his riding leathers, he sighs. Look, I don't mean to be an ass, but details aren't anything you should know until you master keeping your shields up at all times against memory readers. I cringe at the thought of Dane touching me, seeing Brennan. You're right. Don't tell me. Brennan's eyes narrow. You agreed entirely too easily. I shake my head and start for the door, calling over my shoulder. I need to leave before I get someone else killed. The more I see, the bigger of a liability I am to him, to all of this. And the longer we're here, gods, the others. We have to go back, I tell Taryn. I know. Brendan's jaw flexes as he catches up to me. I'm not sure going back to Bezgaev is the best plan for you. He pulls the door open anyway. No, but it's the best plan for you. Ooh, my back just popped. Like 5 different places. I'm nervous as hell, but by the time Brennan and his orange daggertail Marb, as well as Taryn and I reach Sigale, Xaden's enormous navy blue daggertail, who stands under the shade of several even taller trees, as though guarding something, and Darna. Sigale snarls at Brennan, baring her fangs and taking one threatening step in his direction, her claw fully extended in a series of sharp talons. Hey, that's my brother, I warn her, putting myself between them. She's aware, Brennan mutters. Just doesn't like me. Never has. Don't take it personally, I say right to her face. She doesn't like anyone but Xaden, and she only tolerates me, though I'm growing on her. Like a tumor, she replies, through the mental bond that connects the 4 of us. Then her head swings, and I feel it. The shadowy, shimmery bond at the edge of my mind strengthens and pulls gently. In fact, Xaden's walking this way. I'd tell Brennan. That's really fucking weird. He folds his arms across his chest and looks behind us. Can you two always sense each other? Kind of. It has to do with the bond between Sigale and Taryn. I'd say you get used to it, but you don't. I walk into the cops. The copes? I don't know. And Sigale does me a solid favor and doesn't make me ask her to move, taking 2 steps to the right, so I'm in between her and Taryn, directly in front of... What the fuck? That can't be. No, impossible. Stay calm. She'll respond to your agitation and wake in a temper, Taryn warns. I stare at the sleeping dragon, who is almost twice the size she had been a few days ago, and try to get my thoughts to line up with what I'm seeing, what my heart already knows thanks to the bond between us. That's... I shake my head, and my pulse begins to race. Wasn't expecting that, Brennan says quietly. Ryerson left out some details when he reported in this morning. I've never seen such accelerated growth in a dragon before. Her scales are black. Yeah, saying it doesn't help make it feel any more real. Dragons are only golden feathered as hatchlings. Taryn's voice Taryn's voice is uncharacteristically patient. Accelerated growth, I whisper, repeating Brennan's words, then gasp. From the energy usage we forced her to grow in Resin? She stopped time for too long. I forced her to grow? I can't seem to stop saying it. It would have happened eventually, Silver One, if at a slower pace. Is she full grown? I can't take my eyes off her. No, she's what you would call an adolescent. We need to get her back to the Vale so she can enter the dreamless sleep and finish the growth process. I should warn you before she wakes that this is a notoriously perilous age. For her? Is she in danger? My gaze swings to Taryn for the length of a terrorizing heartbeat. No, just everyone around her. There's a reason adolescents don't bond. Don't bond either. They don't have the patience for humans or elders or logic, he grumbles. So, the same as humans, a teenager fabulous. Except with teeth and eventually fire. Her scales are so deeply black, they glimmer, almost purple. Iridescent, really. In the flickering sunlight that filters through the leaves above, the color of a dragon's scale is hereditary. Wait a second. Is she yours? I asked Taryn. I swear to the gods, if she's another secret you kept from me, I told you last year, she is not our progeny. Taryn answers, drawing up his head as if offended. Black dragons are rare, but not unheard of. And I happened to bond 2 of them, I counter, outright glaring at him. Technically, she was gold when you bonded her. Not even she knew what color her scales would mature to. Only the eldest of our dens can sense a hatchling's pigment. In fact, 2 more black dragons have hatched in the last year, according to Coda. Not helping. I let Andarna's steady breathing assure me that she really is fine. Giant, but fine. I can still see her features, her slightly more rounded snout, the spiral twists carved into her curled horns. Even the way she tucks her wings in while sleeping is all her, only bigger. If there's a Morningstar tail on her, tails are a matter of choice and need. He huffs indignantly. Don't they teach you anything? You're not exactly a notoriously open species. I'm sure Professor Koiy would salivate over knowing something like that. That shadowy bond wrapped around my mind strengthens. Is she awake yet? The deep timbre of Zayden's voice makes my pulse skip, like always. I turn around to see him standing beside Brennan, with Imogen, Garrick, Bodhi, and the others flanking him in the tall grass. My gaze catches on the cadets I don't know. 2 men and 1 woman. It's more than awkward that I went to war with them, and yet I've only seen them in passing in the halls. I couldn't even chance a guess at their names without feeling foolish. It's not like Bezgaeth is made to foster friendships outside our squads, though. Alright, let me reposition how I'm sitting, sorry. Or relationships, for that matter. I'll spend every single day of my life earning back your trust. The memory of Zayden's words fills the space between us as we stare at each other. We have to go back. I fold my arms across my chest, preparing for a fight. No matter what the assembly says, if we don't go back, they'll kill every cadet with a rebellion relic. Zayden nods, as though he'd already come to that same conclusion. They'll see right through whatever lie you're going to tell, and they'll execute you, Violet, Brendan retorts. According to our intelligence, General Sorrengail already knows you're missing. She wasn't there on the dais when War Games orders were handed out. Her aide, Colonel Atos, was in charge of the games this year. She didn't know. Our mother won't let them kill me. Say that again, Brennan says softly. He tilts his head at me and looks so much like our father that I blink twice. And this time try to convince yourself that you mean it. The General's loyalties are so crystal fucking clear that she might as well tattoo, "Yes, there are Venin, now go back to class," on her forehead. That doesn't mean she'll kill me. I can make her believe our story. She'll want to if I'm the one telling it. You don't think she'll kill you? She threw you in the Riders Quadrant. Fine, he has me there. Yeah, she did, and guess what? I became a writer. She may be a lot of things, but she won't let Colonel Atos or even Markham kill me without evidence. You didn't see her when you didn't come home, Brennan. She was devastated. His hands curl into fists. I know the atrocious things she did in my name. She wasn't there, one of the guys I don't know says, putting up his hands when the rest turn to glare at him. He's shorter than the others, with a 3rd Squad flame section patch on his shoulder, light brown hair, and a pinkish round face that reminds me of the cherubs usually carved at the feet of statues in Amari. Seriously, Siranin? Sorry. I think it's Siran. The brunette's second ear lifts a hand to her forehead, shielding her fair skin from the sun and revealing the 1st Squad flame section patch on her shoulder, then lifts a pierced eyebrow at him. You're defending General Sorrengail? No, Aya, I'm not. But she wasn't there when orders were handed out. He cuts off the sentence as 2 eyebrows slash down in warning. And Atos was in charge of War Games this year, he adds. Oh, it's Sieran. Sieran and Aya. I look to the lean guy who pushes his glasses up, his pointed nose, with a dark brown hand, standing next to Garrick's hulking build. I'm so sorry, but what is your name? It feels wrong to not know them all. Mason, he replies with a quick smile. And if it makes you feel better, he glances at Brennan, I don't think your mom had anything to do with the War Games this year either. Atos was pretty loud about his dad planning the whole thing. Fucking Dane. Thank you. I turn toward Brennan. I would bet my life that she didn't know what was waiting for us. Are you willing to bet all of ours, too? Aya asks, clearly not convinced, looking at Imogen for support and not getting any. I vote we go, Garrick says. We have to risk it. They'll kill the others if we don't return, and we can't cut off the flow of weapons from Bezgaeth. Who agrees? One by one, every hand rises but Xaden's and Brennan's. Xaden's jaw flexes, and two little lines appear between his brows. I know that expression. He's thinking, scheming. The second Atos puts hands on her, we lose Orisha, and you lose your lives, Brennan says to him. I'll train her to shut him out, Xaden responds. She already has the strongest shields of her year from learning to shut out Terran. She only has to learn to keep them up at all times. I don't argue. He has a direct link to my mind through the bond, which makes him the most logical choice to practice on. And until she can shield out a memory reader, how are you going to keep his hands off her if you're not there, Brendan challenges. By hitting him in his biggest weakness, his pride. Xaden's mouth curves into a ruthless smile. If everyone is sure about going, we'll fly as soon as Andarna's awake. We're sure, Garrick answers for us, and I try to swallow the knot forming in my throat. It's the right decision. It could also get us killed. A rustling behind me catches my attention, and I turn to see Andarna rise, her golden eyes blinking slowly at me as she clumsily gains her newly taloned claws. The relief and joy curving my mouth are short-lived as she struggles to stand. Oh gods, she reminds me of a newborn horse. Her wings and legs seem disproportionate to her body, and everything wobbles as she fights to keep upright. There's no way she's making the flight. I'm not even sure she can walk across the field. Hey, I say, offering her a smile. I can no longer stop time. She watches me carefully, her golden eyes judging me in a way that reminds me of presentation. I know, I nod and study the coppery streaks in her eyes. Were those always there? You're not disappointed? You're alive. You kept us all alive. How could I be disappointed? My chest tightens as I stare into her unblinking eyes, choosing my next words carefully. We always knew that gift would only last as long as you were little, and you, my dearest, are no longer little. A growl rumbles in her chest, and my eyebrows shoot up. Are you feeling okay? What the hell did I say to deserve that? Adolescence, Taryn grumbles. I am fine, she snaps, narrowing her eyes at Taryn. We will leave now. She flares her wings out, but only one fully extends, and she stumbles under the uneven weight, careening forward. Xaden's shadows whip out from the trees and wrap around her chest, keeping her from face planting. Well, shit. I think we're going to have to make some modifications on the harness, Bodhi remarks as Andarna struggles to maintain her balance. That's going to take a few hours. Can you fly her back to the Vale? I asked Taryn. She's huge. I've killed lesser riders for that kind of insult. So dramatic. I can fly myself, Andarna argues, gaining her balance with the aid of Xaden's shadows. It's just in case, I promise her, but she eyes me with deserved skepticism. Get the harness done quickly, Xaden says. I have a plan that we have to be back in 48 hours for this to work, and a day of that is needed for flight time. What's in 48 hours? I ask. Graduation. Alright, that's the end of chapter 2. Just in time for the music to stop. Alright. I will take a quick break. Or we will take a quick break, and I will be back in a bit for chapter 3. Oh, let me mark down the time. Alright, guys, so we will be back in a little bit for chapter 3. Alright. Chapter 3. Halfway through the day. Alright, let me double check, see how long. Okay. Okay. Alright. Let's start chapter 3. The flight field at Basgiath is still dark and appears deserted when we approach in the hour before sunrise, hugging the landscape of the mountains the riot during what they can to stay out of sight. That doesn't mean someone won't spot us landing, Taryn reminds me, his wings beating steadily, despite having flown the last 18 hours nearly straight through from Arisha. The window of time we have to get Andarna to the Vale without her being spotted is slim, and if we miss it, we'll put every hatchling in danger. I still don't understand why the Empyrean would ever agree to let dragons bond human riders, knowing they'd have to guard their own young not only against griffin flyers, but the very humans they're supposed to trust. It's a delicate balance, Taryn replies, banking left to follow the geography. The first 6 riders were desperate to have their people, or to save their people, when they approached the dens over 600 years ago. Those dragons formed the first Empyrean, and bonded humans only to protect their hatchling grounds from Venom, who were the bigger threat. We don't exactly have opposable thumbs for weaving wards or runes. Neither species has ever been entirely thoughtful or truthful, but both using the other for their own reasons and nothing more. It never occurred to me to hide anything from you. Taryn does that weird thing that makes his neck appear boneless, swinging his head around to level slightly narrowed eyes at me for a heartbeat before turning his attention back to the terrain. I can do nothing to remotely, sorry. Blech. Let me repeat. Let me fix that. I can do nothing to remedy the last 9 months besides answer your worthwhile questions now. I know, I say quietly, wishing the words were enough to cut through the acrid taste of betrayal I can't seem to wash out of my mouth. I'm going to have to let it go. I know that. Taryn was bound by his mating bond to Sigale, so at least he had a reason to keep everything he did for me, and it's not like I can blame Andarna for being a kid who followed his lead. Xaden is another matter entirely, though. We're approaching. Get ready. Guess we should have worked on rolling dismounts earlier in the year, I joke, gripping the pommel of my saddle tight as Taryn banks my weight, shifting right with him. Or Taryn banks, my weight shifting right with him. My body is going to punish me for the hours in the saddle, but I wouldn't trade the feel of the summer wind against my face for anything. A rolling dismount would tear you limb from limb on impact, he retorts. You don't know that, Andarna counters with what seems to be her new default form of conversation, telling Taryn he's wrong. A growl rumbles through Taryn's chest, vibrating the saddle beneath me and the harness that holds Andarna to his chest. I'd watch it, I tell her, biting back a smile. He might get tired and drop you. His bride would never allow it, says the dragon who spent 20 minutes refusing to put on her harness. Taryn fires back. All right, kids, let's not argue. My muscles tighten, and the straps across my thighs digs in as Terran dives, skimming the edge of Mount Bisgayath, bringing the flight field into view again. Still deserted, Terran notes. You know, rolling dismounts are a second-year maneuver, not necessarily one I want to master, but that doesn't change the requirements. One you won't be participating in, Terran grumbles. Maybe I'll take her if you won't, Andarna chimes in, the last word ending in a dragon-sized yawn. Maybe you should work on your own landing before taking our bonded on a flight to meet Malik. This is going to be a long year. My stomach plummets as he drops into the box canyon known as the flight field. I will drop Andarna in the Vale and then return and circle nearby. You need rest. There will be no rest if they decide to execute the 8 of you on the dais. The worry in his voice clogs my throat. Call out if you even suspect it will not go your way. It will, I assure him. Do me a favor and tell Sigale that I need to talk to Xaden on the walk-in. Hold on tight. The ground rushes to meet us, and I reach for the strap across my thighs, my fingers working the buckles as Terran flares his wings and rapidly slows our descent. My momentum throws me forward as he touches down, and I force my ass back in the seat before yanking the belt off. Get her out of here, I tell him as I scramble for his shoulder, ignoring every muscle that dares to ache. Do not take unnecessary risk, he says, and I slide down his foreleg at the steep incline Andarna's position forces him to keep. My feet slam into the ground and I stumble forward, catching my balance. Love you too, I whisper, turning long enough to pat his leg and Andarna's before running forward to get the hell out of their way. Terran whips his head to the right where Sigale lands with brutal efficiency, her rider dismounting in the same manner. The wing leader approaches. He'll only be my wing leader for another few hours if we live through this. Xaden gives Terran a wide berth to launch as he walks towards me. Sigale takes off next, followed by the rest of the riot. Guessing we're on our own now. I lift my goggles to the top of my head and unzip my jacket. July at Bisgayath is as muggy as hell. Or even this early. You actually told Terran to tell Sigale that you wanted to talk to me? Xaden asks as the sun's first rays color the tips of the mountains purple. I did. I run my hands across my sheaths, checking to make sure my daggers weren't displaced during flight, as we walk out of the flight field slightly ahead of the others, heading towards the steps that will bypass the gauntlet and lead us back to the quadrant. You remember that you can, he taps the side of his head and walks backward in front of me. I clench my fist to keep from brushing a lock of dark windblown hair off his forehead. A few days ago, I would have touched him without reservation. Hell, I would have threaded my fingers through his hair and pulled him in for a kiss. But that was then, and this is now. Talking that way feels a little too... God, why is it so hard? It feels like every inch I sacrificed for in the last year when it comes to Xaden has been erased. Putting us back at the starting line of an obstacle course I'm not sure either one of us is even close to run. Or is ever close to run. Or chose. What the fuck is wrong with me? Sorry. In the line of an obstacle course I'm not sure either one of us ever chose to run. I shrug. Intimate. And we're not intimate? He lifts his brows. Because I can think of more than one occasion that you've been wrapped around. I jolt forward and cover his mouth with my hand. Don't. Ignoring the explosive chemistry between us is hard enough without him reminding me what we feel like together. Physically, our relationship, or whatever we are, is perfect. Better than perfect. It's hot as hell, and more than addictive. My entire body warms as he kisses the sensitive skin of my palm. I drop my hand. We're walking into what's certainly going to be a trial, if not an execution. And you've got jokes? Trust me, not joking. He turns as we reach the steps and heads down first, glancing back over his shoulder at me. Surprised that you're not icing me out, but definitely no jokes. I'm angry with you for keeping information from me. Ignoring you doesn't solve that. Good point. What did you want to talk about? I have a question. I've been thinking about since Orisha. And you're only now telling me? He reaches the bottom of the steps and shoots an incredulous look at me. Communication isn't your strength, is it? Don't worry. We'll work on it along with your shielding. That's ironic coming from you. We start up the path to the quadrant as the sun steadily rises on our right. The light catches on the 2 swords Xaden has strapped to his back. Does the movement have any scribes it can count as friends? No, the citadel looms ahead of us, its towers peeking over the edge of the ridgeline. The ridgeline the tunnel runs through. I know you grew up trusting a lot of them. Don't say anything else. I shake my head. Not until I can protect myself from Dane. Honestly, I've considered scrapping the plan and just throwing him off the parapet. He means it, and I can't blame him. He's never trusted Dane, and after what happened during War Games, I'm 99% sure I can't trust him either. It's that 1% constantly screaming at me that he used to be my best friend. That's the kicker. The 1% that makes me question if Dane knows what was waiting for us at Athman. Helpful, but I'm not sure it will have the trust us effect we're going for. And do you trust me? You want the uncomplicated answer? Given our limited time alone time, that's preferable. He stops at the hall doors that lead into the tunnel. With my life. After all, it's your life too. The rest depends on how open he is with me. But now probably isn't the time for a state of our relationship talk. I swear there's a flash of disappointment in his eyes before he nods, then looks back for the other 6, who are quickly catching up. I'll make sure Atos keeps his hands to himself, but you might have to play along. Give me a shot at handling it first. Then you can do whatever it is you think will work. The bells of Besgaiath interrupt, announcing the hour. We have 15 minutes until formation will be called for graduation. Xaden's shoulders straighten as the others reach us, his expression shifting into an unreadable mask. Everyone clear on what's about to happen? This isn't the man who begged my forgiveness for keeping secrets. And it sure as hell isn't the one who vowed to earn back my trust in Orisha. No, this Xaden is the wing leader who slaughtered every attacker in my bedroom without breaking a sweat or losing a minute of sleep over it afterward. We're ready, Garrick says, rolling his neck like he needs to warm up before combat. Ready, Mason nods, adjusting his glasses on his nose. One by one, they agree. Let's do it. I lift my chin. Xaden stares long and hard at me, then nods. My stomach twists when we enter the tunnel, mage lights flickering on as we pass. The other door is already open when we make our way through, and I don't argue when Xaden plasters himself to my side. There's every chance we'll be arrested as soon as our feet touch the quadrant, or worse, killed, depending on what everyone knows. Power rises within me, thrumming beneath my skin, not quite burning, but ready if I need it. But no one appears as we cross into the rock-filled courtyard. We have minutes until the space fills with riders and cadre. The first riders we encounter walk out of the dormitory and into the courtyard with cocky swaggers and second wing patches on their uniforms. Look who's finally here! Bet you thought you had the games locked down, didn't you, Fourth Wing? A writer with hair dyed forest green says with a smirk, but you didn't. Second Wing took it all when you didn't show. Xaden doesn't bother looking their direction as we pass. Garrick lifts his middle finger from my side. Guess this means no one knows what really happened, Imogen whispers. Then we have a shot of this working, Aya replies, and the sunlight glints in the piercing in her eyebrow. Of course no one fucking knows, Xaden mutters. He looks up to the top of the academic building, and I follow his line of sight, my heart clenching at the image of the fire blazing in the pit on top of the farthest turret. No doubt waiting for offerings to Malik, belongings of the cadets who didn't make it through the war games. They're not going to out themselves over us. At the entrance of the dorms, we all exchange a look, then break apart wordlessly according to the plan. Xaden follows me down the corridor and into the little hallway I've called home for the last 9 months. But it's not my room I'm interested in. I glance left and right to be sure no one sees us as Xaden opens Liam's door. He motions at me, and I slip under his arm and into the room, triggering the mage light overhead. My chest threatens to cave with the weight of grief as Xaden shuts the door behind us. Liam slept in that bed a matter of nights ago. Oh, goddamn it, my back. He studied at this desk. He worked on the half-finished figurines on the bedside table. You have to be quick, Xaden reminds me. I will, I promise, going straight for his desk. There's nothing there besides his books and a selection of pens. I check his wardrobe, the dresser, and the chest at the foot of his bed, coming up empty-handed. Violet, Xaden warns me quietly, standing guard at the door. I know, I say over my shoulder. The second Terran and Sigale arrive in the Vale, every dragon would know they'd returned, which means every member of the Quadrant's leadership knows we're here too. I lift the corner of the heavy mattress and sigh with relief, snatching the twine-bound stack of letters before letting the bedding fall back into place. Got them. I will not cry today. Not when I still have to hide them in my room. But what will happen if they come to burn my things next? Let's go. Xaden opens the door, and I walk into the hallway at the same moment Rhiannon, my closest friend in the Quadrant, walks out of her room with Riddick, another of our squad mates. Oh, shit. Vi? Rhee's mouth drops open, and she lunges, grabbing onto me and pulling me into a hug. You're here! She squeezes tight, and I let myself relax into an embrace for the length of a heartbeat. It feels like forever since I've seen her. Not 6 days. I'm here, I assure her, gripping the letters in the crook of one arm and wrapping the other around her. She squeezes my shoulders, then pushes me back, her brown eyes scanning my face in a way that makes me feel like complete shit for the line I'm going to tell her. With what everyone was saying, I thought you were dead. Her gaze raises over mine. Thought you both were. There was also that rumor that you got lost, Riddick adds, but considering who you were with, we were all betting on the dead theory. I'm glad we were wrong. Whew. I promise I'll explain later, but I need a favor now, I whisper as my throat closes. Violet, Xaden's tone drops. We can trust her, I promise, looking back at him. Riddick too. Xaden looks anything but pleased. Guess we really are home. What do you need? Rhea asks, concern furrowing her brow. I step back, then push the letters into her hands. Her family doesn't always obey the custom of burning everything either. She'll understand. I need you to keep these for me. Hide them. Don't let anyone burn them. My voice breaks. She glances down at the letters. Her eyes widen before her shoulders curve inward and her face crumples. What are the... Riddick starts, looking over her shoulder and falling silent. Shit. No, Rhiannon whispers, but I know she's not denying me the favor. Not Liam. No. Her gaze slowly rises to meet mine. My eyes burn, but I manage to nod, clearing my throat. Promise you won't let them have these when they come for his things. If I'm not... I can't finish. Rihanna nods. You're not hurt, are you? She scans me again, blinking at the line of stitch work on my flight jacket where the hole from the Venon's blade was required in Orisha. I shake my head. I'm not lying. Not really. My body is perfectly healthy now. We have to go, Zayden says. I'll see you guys at graduation. I give them a watery smile and take a step towards Zayden. The more space my friends have from me, the safer they will be for the foreseeable future. How do you do it? I whisper at Zayden as we turn the corner into the crowded main corridor of the first year's dorms. Do what? His arms hang loose at his sides as he continuously scans the people around us, and he puts his hand on my lower back like he's worried we might get separated. We're in the thick of the rush, and for every person too busy to notice us, there's another who does a double take when we cross paths. Every marked one we see gives Zayden a subtle nod, signaling that they've been warned by the others. Lie to the people you care about. Our gazes collide. We pass one of the busts in of the first six and follow the flow of the crowd, past the wide spiral staircase that connects the higher years dorms. Zayden's jaw clenches. Vi. I lift my hand and cut him off. It's not an insult. I need to know how to do it. We break away from the crush of cadets headed out the door to the courtyard, and Zayden strides purposefully for the rotunda, yanking open the door and ushering me through. A step away from the hand he places on my lower back. Zinniel must be smiling on us because the room is blessedly empty for the second it takes Zayden to tug me behind the first pillar we come to. The red dragon hides us from anyone who might pass through the space that connects all wings to the quadrant. Sure enough, voices and footsteps fill the vaulted chamber a moment later, but no one sees us behind the massive pillar, which is exactly why this is our chosen meeting place. I glance around Zayden, noting the emptiness behind the pillars that flank us. Either everyone else is on the other side of the rotunda, or we're the first to arrive. For the record, I don't lie to the people I care about. Zayden lowers his voice as he faces me, the intensity in his eyes pinning my back to the marble pillar. He leans in, consuming my field of vision until he's all I see. And I sure as hell have never lied to you. But the art of telling secretive truths is something you're going to have to master, or we'll all be dead. I know you trust Rhiannon and Riddick, but you can't tell them the truth, as much for their sakes as for ours. Knowing puts them in danger. You have to be able to keep the truth compartmentalized. I hate long words. If you can't lie to your friends, you keep your distance. Understand? I tense. Of course I know that, but hearing it so blatantly drives the situation home like a knife to my stomach. I understand. I never wanted you put in this position, not with your friends and especially not with Colonel Atos. That was one of many reasons why I never told you. How long did you know about Brennan? It might not be the right time, but suddenly it's the only time. He exhales. I've known about Brennan since his death. My lips part and something heavy shifts, easing a weight in my chest that's been there since Bresson. What? You didn't dodge the question. Or what? You didn't dodge the question. Have to admit, I'm a little surprised. I promised you some answers. He leans forward, but I can't promise you'll like what you hear. I'll always prefer the truth. Some answers? You say that now. A wry smile twists his lips. I always will. The sounds of boots shuffling behind us as students report for formation reminds me that we're not entirely alone, but I need Zayden to hear this. If the last few weeks have shown you anything, it should be that I don't run from truth, no matter how hard it is or what it costs. Yeah, well, it cost me you. My whole body tenses and his eyes slam shut. Shit, I shouldn't have said that. He opens them again, shaking his head, and the abject misery there makes my heart clench. I know it was the not telling you. I get it. But when the lives of everyone around you depends on how well you can lie, it's not easy to realize that it's the truth that will save you. A sigh moves his shoulders. If I could do it all again, I'd do it differently, I promise, but I can't. So here we are. Here we are. And I'm not sure where here is. I shift my weight. But as long as you meant what you said about telling me everything, he flinches and my heart sinks. You are going to tell me everything once I can properly shield, right? It's all I can do not to grab onto him and start shaking hard. That's what you promised in your bedroom. He is not doing this to me. Anything you want to know and everything you don't. Those were your words. Everything about me. Oh, fuck me. He is doing this again to me. Again. I shake my head. That is not what you promised. Zayden starts to take a step around toward me, but I lift my chin, daring him to touch me right now. Smart man. A smart man that he is, he keeps his feet planted. He runs a hand through his hair and sighs. Look, I will answer any question you want to ask about me. Gods, I want you to ask. To know me well enough to trust me even when I can't tell you everything. He nods like those words had been included in the original promise when we both know damn well they weren't. Because you didn't fall for an ordinary writer. You fell for the leader of a revolution. He whispers, the sound so soft it barely carries into my ears. To some degree, I'm always going to have secrets. You have to be kidding me. I let anger rush to the surface in hopes it will burn away the heartening pain of his words. Brennan's been lying to me for 6 years, letting me mourn his death when he's been well the fuck alive the whole time. My oldest friend stole my memories and possibly sent me to die. My mother built my entire life on a lie. I'm not even sure what parts of my education are real and which are fabricated, and he thinks I'm going to demand total, complete honesty from him? I'm not kidding. There's zero apology in his tone. But that doesn't mean I won't let you in like I promised. I'm an open book when it comes to whatever you want. I shake my head. And that's not going to work for me. Not this time. I can't trust you again without full disclosure. Period. He blinks as though I've actually managed to stun him. Full disclosure, I demand, like a rational woman staring down the man who kept her brother's life a secret from her, let alone an entire war. I can forgive you for keeping me in the dark before today, but did you, you did it to save lives, possibly even mine. But it's complete and total honesty from now on. Or, gods, am I going to have to say it? Am I really about to issue an ultimatum to Zayden fucking Ryerson? Or what? He leans in, his eyes sharpening. Or I'll get busy unfalling for you, I spit out. Surprise flares in his eyes, a second before a corner of his mouth lifts into a smirk. Good luck with that. I tried it for a good 5 months. Let me know how it works out for you. I scoff at a complete loss for words as the bells chime, announcing the beginning of formation. It's time, he says. Keep your shields up. block everyone out like we practiced on the way here. I can't even keep you out. You'll find I'm harder to block than most. His smirk is so infuriating, I ball my hands just to give my wrists something else to do. Hey, I hate to interrupt what's obviously a moment, Bodhi whispers loudly from my left, but that was the last bell, so that's our cue to get this nightmare started. Xaden shoots a glare at his cousin, but we both nod. He doesn't do his friend the dishonor of asking if they accomplish their mission, as all 8 of us walk into the center of the rotunda. My stomach jumps into my throat as the death roll sounds from the courtyard. I will not die today, I whisper to myself. I really fucking hope you're right about this, Garrick says to Xaden as we face the open door. It will be unfortunate to make it all 3 years and then die on graduation day. I'm right. Xaden walks out. And we all follow, stepping into the sunlight. Garrick Tavis. Xaden Ryerson. Captain Fitzgibbon's voice carries over the formation as he reads from the death roll. Well, this is awkward, Xaden calls out, and every head in the courtyard turns in our direction. All right. That was the end of chapter 3. So we will take a quick break and come back with chapter 4. All right. So yeah, we'll take a quick break here and we'll come back with chapter 4, guys. Alright. Let's go into chapter 4, shall we? Okay. Chapter 4. My heart beats fast enough to keep time with a hummingbird's wings as we walk across the courtyard towards the dais. Xaden, two steps ahead of me, or 2 steps ahead of the rest of us. He moves without fear, his shoulders straight and head high, anger manifesting in every purposeful stride. Every tight line of his body. I lift my chin and focus on the platform ahead as gravel crunches beneath my boots, and the sound muffling more than one gasp from the cadets on my left. I might not have Xaden's confidence, but I can fake it. You're not dead? Captain Fitzgibbons, the scribe assigned to the Rider's Quadrant, stares with wide eyes beneath his silver brows, his weathered face turning the same pale cream of his uniform as he fumbles with the death roll, dropping it. Apparently not, Xaden replies. It's almost comical how Commandant Panchek's mouth hangs open as he turns towards us from his seat on the dais, and within seconds my mother and Colonel Atos stand, blocking his view. Yasina steps forward, her brown eyes wide under her cream hood as she fetches the death roll for Captain Fitzgibbons. I'm happy you're alive, she signs quickly before grabbing the roll. Me too, I sign back, a sick feeling taking hold. Does she know what her quadrant is really teaching her? Neither of us had a clue during the months and years we studied together. Colonel Atos's cheeks grow incredibly red with every step we take, his gaze skimming our party of 8, no doubt taking note of who's here and who isn't. My mother locks eyes with me for one heartbeat, a side of her mouth tilting upward in an expression I'm almost scared to call pride, before she quickly masks it. Resuming the professional distance she's maintained impeccably for the last year. One heartbeat, that's all it takes for me to know that I'm right. There's no anger in her eyes, no fear or shock either. Just relief. She wasn't in on Atos's plan. I know it with every fiber of my being. I don't understand, Fitzgibbons says. Fitzgibbons says to the 2 scribes behind him, then addresses Panchek. They aren't dead. Why would they have been reported for the death roll? Why were they reported for the death roll? My mother asks Colonel Atos, her eyes narrowing. A cold breeze blows past, and though it's a momentary relief from the stifling heat, I know what it really means. The general is pissed. I glance skyward, but there's only blue as far as I can see. At least she hasn't summoned a storm. Yet. They've been missing for 6 days, Atos seethes, his voice rising with each angry word. Naturally, we reported them dead, but obviously we should have reported them for desertion or dereliction of duty instead. You want to report us for desertion? Xaden walks up the stairs of the dais, and Atos backs up a step, fear flashing across his eyes. You sent us into combat, and you're going to report us for desertion? Xaden doesn't need to shout for his voice to carry across the formation. What is he talking about? My mother asks, looking between Xaden and Atos. Here we go. I have no idea, Atos grinds out. I was directed to take a squad beyond the wards to Athben, and form the headquarters for Fourth Wing's war games, and I did so. We stopped the rest of our riot. We stopped to rest our riot at the nearest lake past the wards, and we were attacked by griffins. The lie rolls off his tongue so smoothly as the truth, which is both impressive and infuriating because he doesn't have a single fucking tell. My mother blinks, and Atos's thick brows furrow. It was a surprise attack, and they caught Day and Fuel unaware. Xaden pivots slightly, as though he's telling the wings and not leadership. They were dead before they ever had a chance. An ache unfurls in my chest, stealing my breath. The cadets around us murmur, but I stay focused on Xaden. We lost Liam Murray and Soliel Tellery. Xaden adds, then looks over his shoulder at me. And we almost lost Sorengale. The general pivots and, for a second, looks down at me like she's not just my commanding officer, with worry and a touch of horror in her eyes. She looks at me like she's just Mom. I nod, the pain in my chest intensifying. He's lying, Colonel Atos accuses. The certainty in his voice makes my head swim with the possibility that we might not pull this off. That we might be killed where we stand before we have the chance to convince my mother. I'm only behind the ridgeline, Taryn tells me. Breathe, Garrick whispers, or you'll pass out. I inhale and focus on steadying my heartbeat. Why the hell would I lie? Xaden tilts his head and looks down at Colonel Atos with pure disdain. But surely, if you don't believe me, then General Sorengale can discern the truth from her own daughter. That's my cue. Step by step, I ascend the stairs with the thick wooden platform to stand at Xaden's left side. Sweat drips down the back of my neck as the morning sun beats against my flight leathers. Cadet Sorengale? My mother folds her arms and looks at me with expectation. The weight of the quadrant's attention makes me clear my throat. It's true. Lies! Atos shouts. There's no way 2 dragons were brought down by a drift of griffins. Impossible. We should separate them and interrogate them individually. My stomach pitches. I hardly think that's necessary, the general responds, an icy blast blowing back the flight loosened tendrils of my hair. And I would reconsider your insinuation that a Sorengale isn't truthful. Colonel Atos stiffens. Tell me what happened, Cadet Sorengale. Mom cocks her head to the side and gives me the look. The one she used all throughout my childhood to unravel the truth when Brennan, Mira, and I would join ranks to hide any mischief. Selective truths, Xaden reminds me. Tell no lies. It's my spacer. He makes it sound so fucking easy. We flew for Athbin as ordered. I look her straight in the eyes. As Ryerson said, we stopped at the lake about 20 minutes out so we could water the dragons and dismount. I only saw 2 of the griffins appear with their riders, but everything happened so damned fast. Before I could even get a grasp on what happened, hold it together, I brushed my hand over my pocket, feeling the ridges of the little carving of Endarna Liam had been working on before he died. Soliel's dragon was killed, and Day was gutted. My eyes water, and I blink until my vision clears. Mom only responds to strength. If I show any sign of weakness, she'll dismiss my account as hysterics. We didn't stand a chance beyond the wards, General. And then? Mom asks, completely unemotional. Then I held Liam as he died. I state, quick to hide the quivering in my chin. There was nothing we could do for him once Day passed. It takes me a second to shove the memories, the emotion back into the box They have to stay in for this to work. And before his body was even cold, I was stabbed with a poison-tipped blade. Mom's eyes flare and she jerks her gaze away. I turn my focus to Colonel Atos. But when we sought help in Athben, we found the entire outpost deserted, and a note that Wing Leader Ryerson could choose to keep watch over a nearby village or race to Eltaval. Here's the missive. Xaden reaches into his pocket and pulls out the orders from Wargames. Not sure what the destruction of a foreign village had to do with Wargames, but we didn't stick around to find out. Cadet Sorengale was dying, and I chose to preserve what remained of my squad. He hands the crumpled orders to Mom. I chose to save your daughter. She snatches the orders and stiffens. It took us days to find someone capable of healing me, though I don't remember being healed. I tell them. And the second my life was out of danger, we flew back here. We arrived about half an hour ago, and I'm sure Aimseer can verify. And the bodies? Atos asks. Oh shit. I... No fucking clue other than Xaden telling me they'd bury Liam. Sorengale wouldn't know, Xaden answers. She was delirious from the poison. Once we knew there was no help to be found at Athben, half the riot flew back to the lake and buried the bodies of both riders and dragons, while I took the other half to find help. If you're looking for proof, then you can find it either about you could find it either about 100 yards from the lake in the clearing to the east, or in the fresh scars on our dragons. Sorry. Enough! Mom pauses, no doubt confirming with her dragon, then turns slowly towards Colonel Atos. And though he has a few inches on her, he suddenly appears smaller. Frost blooms on the surface of the dais. This is your handwriting. You emptied a strategically invaluable outpost beyond the wards for Wargames. It was only for a few days. He had the good sense to retreat a step. You told me the games were at my discretion this year. And clearly, your discretion lacks common fucking sense, she retorts. I've heard everything I need to hear. Correct the death roll, get these cadets into formation, and commence graduation so the new lieutenants can get to their wings. I expect to see you in my office in 30 minutes, Colonel Atos. Relief nearly takes my knees out from under me. She believes me. Dane's dad stands at attention. Yes, General. You survived a knife wound after being thrown into combat as a first year, she says to me. I did. She nods, a satisfied smile curving her mouth for all of a heartbeat. Maybe you're more like me than I gave you credit for. Without another word, Mom walks between me and the edge of the dais, leaving us with Colonel Atos as she heads down the stairs. The frost dissipates instantly, and I hear her footsteps on the gravel behind us as the Colonel turns on Xaden and me. More like her. That's the last thing I want to be. You will not get away with this, Atos hisses, but keeps his voice low. Get away with what exactly? Xaden responds, equally quiet. We both know you weren't taken off mission by griffins. Spit flies from his mouth. What else could have possibly delayed us and slaughtered 2 dragons and their riders? I narrow my eyes and let all my rage shine through. He got Liam and Soliel killed. Fuck him. Surely if you think there's another threat out there, you would want to share that information with the rest of the quadrant, so we could adequately train to face it. He glares at me. You're such a disappointment, Violet. Stop, Xaden orders. You gambled and you lost. You can't expose what you think the truth is without, well, exposing it, can you? A cruel smile tilts Xaden's lips. But personally, I think this is all easily solved by a missive to General Melgren. Surely he saw the outcome of our battle with the Griffins. Satisfaction courses through me at the way the Colonel's features slacken. Thanks to their rebellion relics, Melgren can't confirm anything when there are 3 or more marked ones involved, and Atos apparently knows it. I assumed we're dismissed? Xaden asks. Not sure if you noticed, but the entire quadrant is watching rather intently, so unless you'd like me to keep them entertained by retelling what happened to us, get in formation, he grinds. He grinds the words out through clenched teeth. Gladly, sir. Xaden waits for me to descend the steps, then follows. It's settled, he tells Garrick. Oh, my eyes. Ow. Get everyone back in formation. I glance over my shoulder and see Fitzgibbons shaking his head in confusion as he adjusts the death roll. Then I walk over to my squad between Imogen and Xaden. You don't have to escort me back, I whisper, ignoring the states of every cadet we pass. I promised your brother I'd handle the other Atos. I can handle Dane. A swift kick to the balls would be uncalled for, wouldn't it? We tried your way last year. Now we try mine. Imogen lifts her eyebrows, but doesn't say anything. Violet! Dane breaks formation, moving towards us as we reach second squad flame section. The worry and relief that etched the lines of his face make power prickle in my hands. You cannot kill him here, Xaden warns. You're alive! We'd heard... Dane reaches for me and I recoil. Touch me, and I swear to the gods I'll cut your fucking hands off and let the quadrant sort you out in the next round of challenges, Dane Atos. My words earn more than a couple of gasps, but I don't give a shit who hears me. Violence indeed. The hint of amusement in Xaden's tone doesn't reach his face. What? Dane stops dead in his tracks, his eyebrows shooting up into his hairline. You don't mean that, Vi. I do. I rest my hands alongside the sheaths at my thighs. You should take her at her word. In fact, Xaden doesn't bother to lower his voice. If you don't, I'll take personal offense. She made her choice, and it wasn't you. It will never be you. I know it. She knows it. The whole quadrant knows it. Oh, just kill me now. He flushes my cheeks. Getting caught in his flight jacket before war games is one thing. Outing us in public when I'm not sure there is an us is another. Imogen grins, and I consider the merits of elbowing her in the side. Dane glances left and right, his face blushing so scarlet I can see the color under the scruff of his light brown beard, as everyone looks on. What else? You going to threaten to kill me, Ryerson? He retorts, the disgust on his face so similar to his father's that my stomach sours. No, Xaden shakes his head. Why should I, when Sorengale is perfectly capable of doing that herself? She doesn't want you to touch her. Pretty sure everyone in the quadrant heard her. That should be enough for you to keep your hands to yourself. He leans in, his whisper barely reaching my ears. But in case it's not, every time you think of reaching for her face, I want you to remember one word. And what is that? Dane seethes. Athman. Xaden pulls back, and the pure menace in his expression sends a shiver along my skin. Dane's spine stiffens as Colonel Panchek calls for... I thought it was Commandant Panchek. Colonel Panchek calls the formation to attention. No response? Interesting. Xaden's head tilts to the side as he studies Dane's face. Get back in formation, squad leader, before I lose all pretense of civility on behalf of Liam and Soliel. Dane pales and has the decency to look away before stepping back into his place at the head of our squad. Zayden's gaze meets mine for a heartbeat before he walks in front of Fourth Wing. I should have known going for Dane's pride would include a spectacle. The squad shuffles, making room for Imogen and me in our usual places, and my face heats at the blatant stares of from my friends. That was interesting. Rhiannon whispers at my side, her eyes puffy and red. That was hot, Nadine comments in front of us, standing beside Sawyer. Love triangles can get so fucking awkward, don't you think? Imogen says. I shoot a glare over my shoulder at her for going along with Zayden's implication, or assumption, but she shrugs unapologetically. Gods, I missed you. The blue streak in Quinn's short blonde curls bobs as she shoulder bumps Imogen. War games sucked. You didn't miss much. Captain Fitzgibbons steps forward on the dais, sweat dripping down his face as he continues from where we interrupted. Reading names from the death roll. 17 so far, Rhiannon whispers. The final test for war games is always deadly, ensuring only the strongest writers move on to graduation. But Liam was the strongest of our year, and that didn't save him. Soliel Tellery. Liam Mari, Captain Fitzgibbons calls out. I struggle to force air through my lungs and fight the sting in my eyes at the rest of the names, as the rest of the names blur together until the scribe finishes the roll, commending their souls to Malik. None of us cry. Oh, now it says Commandant Panchek. What the? Okay, I think that was a misprint. Commandant Panchek clears his throat, and though there's no need to magically amplify his voice over the small numbers we've been whittled down to over the last year, he can't seem to help himself. Beyond military commendations, there are no words of praise for writers. Our reward for a job well done is living to see the next duty station, the next rank. In keeping with our traditions and standards, those of you who have completed your third year will now be commissioned as lieutenants in the Army of Navarre. Step forward when your name is called to receive your orders. You have until morning to depart for your new duty stations. Starting with First Wing, the third years are named section by section, and each collects their orders before leaving the courtyard. It's kind of underwhelming, Riddick whispers from my other side, earning a glare from Dane as he looks over his shoulder from 2 rows ahead. Fuck him. Just saying, surviving 3 years of this place should come with a lifetime supply of ale and a party so good you can't remember it, he shrugs. That's for tonight, Quinn says. Are they handwriting these orders? For the third years they thought were dead, Heaton says from the back row. Who do you think is going to be our new wing leader? Nadine whispers. Aura Banehaven, Rhiannon answers. She was instrumental in second wings for the war games, but Atos didn't do too badly filling in for Ryerson either. Heaton and Emery are called up from our squad. I glance at the others, remembering the first years who started with us, but won't finish. The first years who either lie buried at, I glance at the others, remembering the first years who started with us, but won't finish. The first years who either lie buried at the foot of Bezgaeth in endless rows of stones, or were taken home to be put to rest. The second years who will never see a third star on their shoulder. The third years, like Soliel, who were certain they'd graduate only to fall. Maybe this place is exactly what the Griffin Flyer had called it, a death factory. Zayden Ryerson, the commandant calls out, and my pulse leaps as Xaden strides forward to take his orders, the last third year in formation. Nausea grips my stomach and I sway. He'll be gone by morning. Gone. Telling myself that I'll see him every few days because of Terran and Sigil's mating bond doesn't quell the panic quickening my breaths. He won't be here. Not on the mat, testing and pushing me to be better. Not in battle brief or on the flight line. I should be happy for the space, but I'm not. Panchek resumes his place at the Panchek resumes his place at the podium, running his hands down the trim lines of his uniform as though smoothing away any wrinkles. I'll find you before I go. Xaden's voice cuts through my shield, inspiring thoughts. Then fades as he walks out of the courtyard and into the dormitory. At least we'll get to say goodbye. Or fight our goodbyes. Whatever. Congratulations to the new lieutenants, Panchek says. The rest of you will report to Central Issue to turn in your uniforms. Yes, you may keep your earned patches and pick up your new ones. From this moment, seconds are now third years and firsts are now second years, with all the privileges that entails. New command designations will be posted in Commons this evening. You are dismissed. A resounding cheer goes up in the courtyard, and I'm grabbed into a hug by Riddick, then Sawyer, then Rhiannon, and even Nadine. We made it. We're officially second years. Out of the 11 first years who came through our squad during the year, both before and after threshing, the 5 of us are the only ones left standing for now. Alright, that was chapter 4. So let's take a quick break and then we'll jump into chapter 5. I have some marking to do in this book. Alright, so we're going to take a quick break here and I will be, we'll come back and continue with chapter 5. All right. We got 2 chapters left. Oh, let me write my time down. All right. Here we go. Chapter 5. Riders party as hard as we fight. And we fight pretty damned hard. The gathering hall is more crazy than I have ever seen it. By the time the sun begins to set that evening, cadets gather around, or in Second Wing's case, on top of on top of tables overflowing with food and pitchers of sweet wine, frothy ale, and a lavender lemonade that clearly has its fair share of distilled liquor. Oh my god. Sorry. Only the dais table is empty. For this one moment, there are no wing leaders, no section leaders, not even a squad leader in sight. Other than the stars on the fronts of our shoulders that denote our years at Bezgayev, we're all equal tonight. Even the newly anointed lieutenants who wandered in to say their goodbyes aren't in our chain of command. There's a pleasant buzz in my head, courtesy of the lemonade and the 2 silver stars on my shoulder. Chantara? Rhiannon asks, leaning forward to look past me and lifting her brows at Riddick, who is seated on my other side. Out of every privilege that comes with being a second year, that's what you're looking forward to? It's only a rumor. The village that supplies Bezgayev has always been opened to second years. From the healer quadrant, scribe quadrant, and infantry quadrant. I'm sorry. But not ours. We've been banned for nearly a decade after a fight led to a local bar burning down. I'm not saying I heard they might lift the ban finally, and uh we've been stuck with this dating pool for the last year, Riddick states, using his cup to motion around the hall, which is mostly behind us. So even the possibility of getting leave to spend a few hours in Chantara every week is definitely what I'm looking forward to the most. Nadine grins, her eyes sparkling as she gathers the hair she dyed purple this evening in one hand so it doesn't fall into the pitcher, and leans over the table to clink her glass against Riddick's cup. Okay, seriously, I need to move so much. I need one of those egg chairs. Here, here! It is getting a little... She wrinkles her button nose, glancing past Sawyer at the other squads in our wing. Familiar around here. I bet by 3rd year it will feel downright incestuous. We all laugh, none of us stating the obvious. Statistically speaking, a third of our class won't survive to see our 3rd years. But we're this year's Iron Squad, having lost the fewest cadets between Parapet and Gauntlet, so I'm choosing to think positively tonight and every night for the next 5 days, during which our only duty will be to prepare for the arrival of the first years. Rhiannon pulls one of her braids under her nose. Sorry. Rhiannon pulls one of her braids under her nose and furrows her brow like Panchek as she mock lectures. You do know that trips to Chantara are for worship only, cadet. Sorry about that. Hey, I never said I wouldn't stop by the temple of Xenial to pay the god of luck my respects. Riddick puts his hand over his heart. And not because you're praying to get a little lucky while the other cadets are in town, Sawyer comments, wiping the foam from his ale off his freckled upper lip. I'm changing my answer, Riddick says. Being able to fraternize with other quadrants anywhere in our downtime is what I'm looking forward to. What is this downtime you speak of? I joke. We might have a few more empty hours here and there compared to first years, but there's a slew of harder courses headed for us. We have weekends now, and I'll take whatever time we get. His grin turns mischievous. Rhiannon leans forward on her elbows and winks at me, like you'll be using every second you can get with a certain Lieutenant Ryerson. My liquor-flushed cheeks heat even more. I'm not... A resounding boo sounds around the table. Pretty much everyone saw you show up to formation in his flight jacket before War Games, Nadine says. And after this morning's display, please. She rolls her eyes. Right. The display after he told me that he'd always keep... The display after he told me that he'd always keep secrets from me. Personally, I'm looking forward to letters, Rhiannon says, clearly jumping in to save me as Imogen and Quinn arrive, sliding in next to Nadine. It's been way too long since I've been able to talk to my family. We share a small smile, neither of us mentioning that we snuck out to Montserrat to see your family a few months ago. No chore duty, Sawyer adds. I will never scrub another breakfast dish again. I'll never push another library cart with Liam. I'm going with his answer, Nadine agrees, sliding the pitchers of alcohol toward Imogen and Quinn. A couple of months ago, Nadine wouldn't ever acknowledge Imogen's presence because of her rebellion relic. It gives me hope that that the new lieutenants who bear the same mark might not face discrimination at their new duty stations, but I saw firsthand at Montserrat how the wings look at marked ones, like they were the officers who perpetuated the rebellion, not their parents. Then again, given what I know now, everyone is right not to trust them, not to trust me. Second year is the best, Quinn says, pouring ale from the pitcher into a pewter mug. Sorry. All the privileges and only some of the responsibility of the third years. But fraternizing between quadrants is definitely the best perk, Imogen adds, forcing a smile and wincing before touching her finger to the split in her lip. That's what I said, Riddick fist pumps the air. Did your lip get split while you guys... Nadine asks Imogen, her voice trailing off at the table as the table goes quiet. I lower my eyes to my lemonade. The alcohol doesn't numb the ache of guilt that sits heavily on my shoulders. Maybe Zayden's right. If I can't lie to my friends, maybe I should start keeping my distance so I don't get them killed. Yeah, Imogen says, glancing my way, but I don't look up. Oh my god. I still can't believe you guys saw action, Riddick says, all playfulness dying. Not war games, which were already scary as shit with Ato stepping in for Ryerson, but real, actual griffins. I grip my glass tighter. How am I supposed to sit here and act like I'm the same person when what happened in Resson has changed every single thing about what I believe in? What was it like? Nadine inquires softly, if you guys don't mind us asking. Yes, I fucking mind. I always knew griffin talons were sharp, but to take down a dragon? Sawyer's voice drifts off. My knuckles whiten and power simmers beneath my skin as I remember the angry red veins beside the dark wielder's eyes as he came for me as she came for me on Terran's back. The look in Liam's when he realized Day wasn't going to make it. It's natural to wonder, Terran reminds me, especially when your experience could prepare them for battle in their eyes. They should mind their own business, and Darna counters, her voice gruff as though settling into sleep. They're all better off not knowing. Guys, maybe now isn't... Rhiannon starts. It fucking sucked, Imogen says, throwing back her drink and slamming her glass on the table. You want the truth? If it wasn't for Ryerson and Sorengale, we'd all be dead. My gaze jerks to hers. It's the closest thing to a compliment she's ever given me. There's no pity in her pale green eyes as she stares back, but there's no defensive snark, either. Just respect. Her pink hair falls away from her cheek as she tilts her head at me. And as much as I wish none of it had happened, at least those of us who were there truly know the horror of what we're up against. My throat tightens. To Liam, Imogen says, lifting her glass and defying the unwritten rule that we don't speak of the dead cadets after their name is read from the roll. To Liam, I lift mine, and everyone at the table does the same, drinking to him. It's not enough, but it has to be. Can I offer a word of advice going into your second year? Quinn says, after a quiet moment. Don't get too close to the first years, especially not until threshing tells you how many of them might actually be worth getting to know. She grimaces. Just trust me. Oh, that's sobering. The shimmering shadow of my concentration with Xaden strengthens, curling around my mind like a second shield, and I glance over my shoulder to see him across the hall, leaning against the wall next to the door, his hands in the pockets of his flight leathers. Garrick is talking to him, but his eyes are locked on mine. Having fun? He asks, pushing through my shields with annoying ease. A shiver of awareness rushes over my skin. Mixing alcohol and Xaden is definitely not a good idea. Or is it the best idea? Whatever is going through that beautiful mind, I'm here for it. Even from this distance, I can see his gaze darken. Wait, he's in flight leathers, dressed to leave. My heart slumps, taking a little of my buzz with it. He nods towards the door. I'll be right back, I say, setting my cup on the table and wobbling a little as I stand. No more lemonade for me. I certainly hope not, Riddick mutters, or you'll destroy all my fantasies when it comes to that one. I roll my eyes at him, then make my way across the chaotic room to Xaden. Violet, his gaze rakes over my face, lingering on my cheeks. I love the way he says my name. Sure, it's the alcohol overruling my logic, but I want to hear him say it again. Lieutenant Ryerson. There's a silver line at his collar showing his new rank, but no other markings that could give away his identity in case he falls behind enemy lines. No unit designation, no signet patches. He could be any lieutenant in any wing, if not for the relic that marks his neck. Hey, Sorengale, Garrick says, but I can't peel my eyes off from Xaden long enough to glance his way. Good job today. Thanks, Garrick, I respond, moving closer to Xaden. He'll change his mind and let me all the way in. He has to. Gods, you two. Garrick shakes his head. Do us all a favor and figure your shit out. I'll meet you at the flight field. He smacks Xaden's shoulder and walks off. You look... I sigh, because it's not like it's not like I've ever been successful lying to him, and the fuzziness in my head isn't helpful. Good in officer flight leathers. They're almost exactly like cadet ones. A corner of his mouth lifts, but it's not quite a smile. Didn't say you didn't look good in those, too. He tilts his head at me. Drunk, aren't you? I'm pleasantly fuddled, but not entirely sloshed. That makes exactly no sense, but it's accurate. Yet. But the night is young, and I'm not sure if you've heard, but we have nothing to do for the next 5 days except prepare for the first years and party. I wish I could stay to see what you do with all that time. He looks me over lazily, his gaze heating as though he's remembering what I look like naked, and my pulse leaps. Walk out with me? I nod, then follow him into Commons, where he grabs his rucksack from beside the wall and slings it over his shoulder, casually, as if there aren't 2 swords hanging from the back of it. A group of cadets hovers around the announcement board like the new leadership list is going to appear at any second, and they might be erased from it if someone discovers they're not watching. Yep, there's Dane in the center of them. You aren't waiting for tomorrow morning to leave? I ask Xaden, keeping my voice low as we cross the stone floor of the expansive space. They prefer wing leaders to vacate their rooms first, since the new guys like to move in quickly. He glances at the crowd around the announcement board. And since I'm guessing you're not offering a place in your bed, I'm not nearly drunk enough to make that lapse in judgment, I assure him, as he opens a door to the rotunda. I told you, I don't sleep with men I don't trust, and if you're not offering full disclosure, I shake my head and immediately regret it, nearly losing my balance. I'll earn your trust as soon as you realize you don't need full disclosure. You only have to have the guts to start asking the questions you actually want answers to. Don't worry about the bed. We'll get back there. The anticipation is good for us. He smiles, really fucking smiles, and it almost makes me rethink my decision. I tell you we're not together because you won't give me the one thing I need, honesty, and you counter it with, it's good for us. I scoff and walk down the stairs and past 2 of the marble pillars in the rotunda. The arrogance. Confidence is not arrogance. I don't lose the fights I pick, and we're both allowed to have boundaries. You're not the only one who gets to set the rules in this relationship. I bristle at the implication that I'm the problem here, and you're picking a fight with me? The world tips slightly as I look up at him. Picking a fight for you. There's a difference. His expression hardens as his gaze jerks left, towards the approach of Colonel Atos and a rider wearing the rank of Major. Ryerson, Sorrengail. The Colonel's mouth quirks into a sarcastic smile. So lovely to see you both tonight. Leaving for the Southern Wing so soon? The front will be lucky to have such a capable rider. My chest tightens. Xaden isn't going to a mid-guard wing like most lieutenants. He's being sent to the front. I'd say I'll be back before you can miss me. Xaden replies, his hand loose at his sides. But word has it you pissed off General Sorrengail enough to be reassigned to a coastal outpost. The Colonel's face blotches. I might not be here, but you won't be as often either. Only once every fortnight, according to your new orders. What? My stomach pitches, and it takes every ounce of control I have not to reach out and steady myself. The Major slides his hand into the breast pocket of his perfectly pressed dress uniform and pulls out 2 folded missives. His black hair is perfectly combed, his boots perfectly shined, his smile perfectly cruel. Power rises within me, responding to the threat. Where are my manners? Colonel Atos says. Violet, This is your new Vice Commandant, Major Varish. He's here to tighten the ship, as they say. We seem to have gotten a little lax with what we allowed around here. Naturally, the Quadrant's current executive commandant will see to operations, but Varish's new position will only answers to Panchek. Cadet Sorengale, Cadet Sorengale, I correct the colonel. Vice Commandant. Fucking great. The general's daughter, Varys responds, looking me over in clear appraisal, his attention snagging on every dagger I have within reach. Fascinating. I'd heard you were too fragile to survive a year in the Quadrant. My presence would suggest otherwise. What a dick. Xaden takes both missives, careful not to touch Varish's hands, then gives me the one that has my name scrawled across the front. We crack Melgren's personal wax seals at the same moment, then unfold the official orders. Cadet Violet Sorengale is hereby given 2 days of leave once every 14 days to be used only to fly with Terran directly to and from Sigale's current duty station or location. Any other absence from classes will be considered a punishable offense. I grit my teeth to keep from giving the colonel the reaction he so obviously wants, and carefully fold the orders, slipping them into the pocket at my hip. My guess is Xaden says the same, and rotating our leave puts us at every 7 days. Terran and Sigale are never apart for more than 3 days. A week? They'll be in a near constant state of pain. It's unfathomable. Terran? I reach out for him. He roars so loudly it rattles my brain. Dragons give their own orders, Xaden says calmly, pocketing his papers. Guess we'll see. Colonel Atos nods, then turns his gaze to mine. You know, I was worried about our earlier conversation until I remembered something. And what is that? Xaden asks, clearly losing patience. Secrets make for poor leverage. They die with the people who keep them. And that is chapter 5. Alrighty, guys. We're going to take another quick break here. We'll be back with chapter 6. Alrighty, ready. Let me put it down here. Alright, so I'm going to take a quick little break here, guys, and we'll be back in a little bit with chapter 6. Alrighty. Chapter 6. Last chapter of the day. Alright. Chapter 6. Whoop, sorry. The churning in my stomach has nothing to do with the lemonade. I'm pretty sure Colonel Atos just insinuated he'd kill us. Good thing we're not keeping secrets, Zayden retorts. Atos' smile shifts to a softer one. Sorry. Atos' smile shifts to the softer one I've seen all my life, and the transformation is eerie. Do be careful with who you share your war stories with, Violet. I'd hate to see your mother lose either of her daughters. What the fuck? Energy crackles in my fingertips. He stares at me for a moment, making sure I get his point, then turns and walks into Commons without another word, Varish following. He just threatened your life, Zayden growls, shadows whipping out from behind the pillars. And Mira's. If I tell anyone what really happened, he'll target her too. Message delivered. Power burns through my veins, seeking an outlet. Anger only fuels the energy that swiftly surges to an overwhelming wave, threatening to rip me apart. Let's get you outside before you bring the place down, Zayden says, reaching for my hand. I give it to him, focusing on keeping the lightning at bay as we walk into the courtyard, but the harder I fight to tame it, the hotter it becomes, and once we're in the darkness of the courtyard, I rip my hand from Zayden's as power tears from me, scalding every nerve on the way out. Lightning illuminates the sky, striking the courtyard about 40 feet away. Gravel flies. Shit! Zayden throws up a shield of shadow, catching the rocks before they can hit any of the nearby cadets. Guess alcohol doesn't dampen your signet, he says slowly. Good news, it's all stone out here. Sorry, I call out to the others as they scatter, grimacing at my utterly embarrassing lack of control. Forget protecting me. The quadrant needs protection from me. Taking a deep breath, I turn to face Zayden. Southern Wing? Is that what you chose? Wing leaders always get their choice of duty station. There was no other choice by the time they hand wrote our orders. I'll be at Samara. I spent today packing and shipping most of my things. It's the easternmost outpost of the Southern Wing, where the borders of Krovla and Breivik provinces intersect, and a day's flight away. They'll only have hours together. Every time they make the flight. Yeah, she's pretty pissed. Taryn too. I reach out for Indarna in case she hasn't drifted off yet. You've lost all touch with reality if you think I'm getting close to him right now, she responds, her voice gritting from sleep. He's in a mood. You should be sleeping. She's supposed to be settling in for the dreamless sleep. I still don't know what exactly that means, nor is Taryn open to questions on the parenting secrets of dragons. But he insists that sleeping away the next 2 months is critical to her growth and development. Part of me can't help wondering if it's simply a clever way to avoid a majority of the teenage years of moody dragons. As if on cue, Indarna replies with a yawn. And miss all the trauma? We only have 2 hours to... we'll only have hours to, I whisper, looking away from Zayden's intense gaze. You know, to pass information. The courtyard reminds me of a ballroom, but the courtyard reminds me of a ballroom, and about 2 hours after everyone reasonable has left the party, full of drunkards and bad decisions. How the hell are Zayden and I going to fix whatever we are without time together? Pretty sure that's precisely the idea. They'll split us up for as long as often as possible. Sorry, they'll split us up for as long as and as often as possible. They'll have to make the most of what time we get. I don't hate you as much tonight, I whisper. It's the alcohol. Don't worry. You'll despise me again tomorrow. He reaches out, and I don't retreat when he cradles the nape of my neck. Warmth spreads over every inch of my body. The effect he has on me is as infuriating as it is undeniable. Right, I need to reposition myself. Listen to me. He lowers his voice and gently tugs me towards him, shooting a glance at a group of tipsy cadets watching nearby. Play along. I nod. I'll be back in 7 days, he says, for the benefit of the people passing by. The Gale and Tyrion won't be able to talk over the distance. They'll sense emotions, but that's it. Remember that leadership will read any missive we send. He leans down, making it look to everyone like we're locked in some kind of farewell embrace, which isn't far from the truth. A lot can happen in 7 days. I understand what he's telling me mentally. What am I supposed to do while you're gone? Nothing that matters will change, he assures me for the benefit of onlookers. Don't involve yourself in anything Bodhi and the others are doing, he says. That he has that look, that the steely one he gets when he's sure he's right. You really aren't going to change, are you? I whisper, my chest tightening. This is about us. Every eye will be on you, and you don't have a rebellion relic to hide your actions from Melgren. If you're caught alone, involving yourself endangers everyone we're working for. Another group of cadets wanders closer, heading towards the rotunda. It's hard to argue against that, especially when what I have planned requires being left to my own devices. I'm going to miss you. His hand flexes on the back of my neck as a couple of riders from Third Wing get a little too close. You can only fully trust those who were with us at Ressen. Think of all the spare time you'll have without having to constantly train me on the mat. I give in to the ceaseless urge to touch him, lifting my hands to his chest so I can feel the steady beat of his heart under my fingertips, and blame the alcohol for the utter lapse of judgment. I'd much rather have you under me on the mat than spare time. His arm wraps around my waist, tugging me closer. When it comes to the other marked ones, don't risk trusting them. Not yet. They know they can't kill you, but some of them would be happy to see you hurt, given who your mother is. Back to that, are we? I try to smile, but my lower lip trembles. I'm not actually upset about him leaving. That's the lemonade talking. Never left that. He reminds me, keeping his voice low enough. The others in the courtyard are now giving us more than enough privacy. Keep yourself alive, and I'll be back in 7 days. His hand slides to the side of my neck, and his thumb grazes my jawline as he lowers his mouth to only a breath above mine. We managed to keep each other alive today. Trust me yet? My heart jolts. I can almost taste his kiss. Oh, and gods, I want it. With my life, I whisper. That's all? His mouth hovers above mine. All promise and no delivery. That's all. Trust is earned, and he isn't even trying. Too bad, he whispers, lifting his head. But like I said, anticipation is a good thing. Common sense crashes through the fog of lust with embarrassing ease. For fuck's sake, what did I almost do? No anticipation. I outright glare, but my words lack bite. We aren't happening, remember? That's your choice. I have every right to walk right back into the gathering hall and pick whomever I want to warm my bed. Someone a little more ordinary. It's a bluff, maybe. Or alcohol. Or maybe I would just want him to feel the same uncertainty I do. You absolutely have every right, but you won't. He gives me a slow smile. Because you're impossible to replace? It does not come out as a compliment. At least that's what I tell myself. Because you still love me. The certainty in his eyes pricks every inch of my temper. Fuck off and leave, Ryerson. I would, but you've got a death grip on me. He glances between our bodies. Ugh, I drop my hands from his waist and step back. Go. See you in 7 days, Violence. He backs away, moving towards the tunnel that leads to the flight field. Try not to burn the place down while I'm gone. I glare in his general direction until I know he's far beyond my sight, and then I stand there another couple minutes, breathing slowly until I'm certain I have my emotions under some semblance of control. What the hell is wrong with me? How can I want someone who refuses to tell me his whole truth? Who makes a game out of it with his ridiculous ask me anything act? Like I'd have the first clue what to ask. He'll be back, Rhys says, coming up behind me, holding a missive of her own missive of her own, excitement shining in her eyes, despite the somber tone of her words. I shouldn't care. Yet I'm still wrapping my arms around my midsection like I need to be held together. What has you fighting a smile? Did something happen between you two? She moves the letter to her pocket. What's the letter? I counter. Did you get orders? Orders usually only mean one thing. I grab onto her shoulder and grin. Did you? She grimaces. I have good news and bad news. Bad news first. That's my new motto. Atos is our new wing leader! My face falls. Should have expected that. What's the good news? Sienna, our executive officer, moved up to being, our executive officer moved up to being executive officer of the section. Her smile is brighter. Yeah, her smile is brighter than any mage light. And you're looking at our new squad leader. Yes! I outright squeal in absolute delight and yank her into a hug. Congratulations, you're going to be amazing. You already are. Are we celebrating? Sawyer asks loudly from the edge of the courtyard. Abso-fucking-lutely, Riddick shouts, ale sloshing over the sides of his mug as he rushed towards us. Squad leader Matthias! What's your first order, squad leader? Sawyer asks Nadine, racing to catch up to his long strides. Reed glances over each of us and nods, as though coming to a decision. Live! I smile and wish it was that simple. Alright! Woo! That was chapter 6. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo! Alrighty, guys. So with that, we are done. Even with my weird little moments of having to take a break during chapter 1, we still got through it perfectly well. This is... music is so loud. Alright, so... with that, we are going to call it for today. I hope everybody had fun, and I hope you guys, or those of you who are watching this before the holidays, I hope you guys have a wonderful holiday, and I will see you all again on the 28th, which is next Saturday, to read chapters 7 through 12. Alright. Well, I hope you guys have a wonderful day, a wonderful weekend, and a wonderful holiday. Bye-bye!